Rodeo Austin. Lord, we ask for a safe day. We ask that no harm come to any of our exhibitors, any of our cattle. We ask for safe passage back home or to the next stock show. Lord, we're just so thankful for the men and women that fight to support the freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. Again, Lord, let our minds be thoughtful of the reason that we're here today. Let's support and encourage one another. Let's lift each other up. And all these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jeff. As part of our opening ceremonies, I'm also excited that we have a few of our exhibitors here to help us with a variety of different things. So I'd like to call Carly Rathman up here to lead us in the 4-H pledge. Speak loud,
okay? In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you. Let's give Carly a round of applause. Thank you very much, Carly. I also ask William Wall to lead us in the FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve. That is the FFA motto.
Awesome. Thank you, William. Next, we have Adelie Updergraft that's going to lead us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Outstanding. Thank you, Adelie. Thank you all for helping us with that this morning. Appreciate it very much. I do. Perfect. I will. All right. I have the class list, so it'll be pretty easy. Perfect. Maybe you can help me kind of keep it. Yeah. All right, let's have a steer show. Let's get started. This is Class 1 British steers entering the show ring right now. Weights range from 1,043 to 1,272, 47 head. As these exhibitors are entering the ring, I'd like to introduce and welcome Jason Hoffman, our judge for today. Jason comes to us from Thedford, Nebraska, married to Casey Hoffman with 3 kids, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason judged at Clarendon Junior College and Kansas State University, and he is the owner, Hoffman Ranch, in Thedford, Nebraska. Please help me welcome Jason Hoffman as our judge today. In this class of British steers, we'll be placing and selling 4 head, 1st through 4th. As many of you know, it takes a lot of work to put these shows on. A lot of time goes into these shows. So I just wanted to not only introduce, but also thank our steer superintendents, Edward Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller. In addition to them, we would like to thank the interns and the ring staff that we have. We've got an amazing group from Texas Tech University. We also have amazing staff here at Rodeo Austin. Again, they've put a lot of work and spent a lot of time leading up to this to make this happen. And so we just wanted to recognize their efforts and express our appreciation. In addition to that, we, it's not possible without our sponsors. So we just want to thank our various sponsors throughout the day who help make this possible. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of the Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Also, thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. And Hulkat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. When you see those sponsors, please thank them for their contribution.
Attention to the board, this is first call for Class 2 British steers. Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the holding area.
They have cards. Yeah. So there's no way for me to just guess. Attention to the barn. Class 2 British steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 2 British steers.
As these exhibitors exit the ring, please give each of them a round of applause.
Thank you. Well, good morning, and what a great way to start the steer show. This calf that wins the class, folks, I think he just puts the most good up. I like his type and design. When we get him on the move, I think he sets himself apart as well. He's very accurate on his feet and legs. I like that about him. I like the classiness of this calf. I like the youthfulness of him. He's not the most of anything, but I think he ties the most good together. Got some shape over his top. I really like how he is in his upper hip, how he's made back there, his pin set. That's a really good steer. This Hereford steer here, I like a lot of things about. He's probably a little looser sheath than what I desire. He's not quite as youthful as our class winner. He's a really long and extended steer. I think relative to the class, he lays more muscle. I like the shape to his stifle more than some of the calves behind him as well, too. Let's slow down here a little bit. The calf here in third, I like a lot of things about. This steer doesn't have the composition of the two steers ahead of him. What I mean by that is he probably has just a little more fat and a little less muscle than those two steers ahead of him. Gets a little bit plainer over that top and a little bit narrower. Doesn't have the shape and expression of the steers that beat him. I like this steer a whole lot. I like a lot of things about him on the standstill. He's a little bit, I guess, I wouldn't call him over in his knee, but I'd like to give him just a little bit more cushion there in his knee. He, too, wants to run downhill just a little bit. But I think what gets him up here so high is his type and design, how he's made through that neck. Right behind his shoulder, he's got some real muscle in him. He's got some hip relative to some of the steers behind him. Like his bone work, like how his hind leg is, especially on the standstill. But he's just toned enough, hard enough, and heavy muscle enough to go ahead and get over the steer that follows him. This steer is just a little bit more stale over his top. I'd like to freshen him up just a little bit, harden him up. He could handle his hind legs different when you get him on the move as well. That's a really nice steer. Young man steer here, just a little bit deeper necked, a little more conventional in some ways. Like to tone him up and just kind of power him up, especially up high. He's got some bone to him relative to his size. He's a good-footed steer that's got a lot of quality. Steer that follows him, I'd like to really clean this steer up just in terms of his presence when you get off of him. I guess that sheath kind of draws your eye in as much as anything. I'd like to clean him up there. He gets just a little bit plainer throughout, not only in terms of look, but also in terms of muscle. He is made good from his hip and how that carries in that hind leg. Just like to see a little more stifle and lower quarter of this steer. But he's enough more attractive and enough higher out of that front end to get over this red steer here. I like a lot of things about this steer. He's a little bit coarser in his joints, doesn't want to move as free as some of the steers ahead of him, but I think there's a tremendous amount of good. I actually like his size because it fits a lot of things that go with this steer. He's got some shape to him. He's got some hip to him. Got some power to him. He's probably just got plenty of condition on him. I'd like to tone him up and harden him up just a little bit. Young lady does a great job showing him as well. The red steer here, I like the top 2/3 of this steer a lot. This is the type that's a really easy feeding type of calf. The problem is how he's designed in his hock. I'd like to clean him up there and just kind of give him a little bit more of a correct setting in his hind leg. Tons of power and body, a real meat and potato type steer. Got a lot of body to him. You can tell he is extremely easy to feed in terms of conversion. I like the body of this calf, just needs some joint work. Steer here gets just a little bit plainer throughout. I like some youthfulness in the type and design of this steer in some ways. He just needs more power and muscle, and there just needs to be more steer there. But I think he's got just a little bit more width to him than the calf that concludes the class. This calf I like a lot of things about. When you're outside of him and way off and you watch him move, I think he is one of the more restricted steers in the class that needs more muscle. From end to end, though, an excellent set of steers.
Results from Class 1 British Steers. 10th place goes to Andrew McCutcheon from Prosper FFA. 9th place goes to Emma Parrish, Glenrose FFA. 8th place goes to Ava Harborth from Marion FFA. 7th place goes to Casely Janeska, Fayette County 4-H. 6th place goes to Braxton Mims, Lubbock County 4-H. 5th place goes to Emery Hallman, New Braunfels FFA. 4th place goes to Jake Little, Davenport FFA. 3rd place goes to Madeline Savinsa, Abbott, FFA. Second place goes to Addison Morlett, Sanger, FFA. And your class winner goes to Kaylee Fisher, Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the ring at this time is Class 2 British steers. We have 47 steers in this class. We have 47 steers in this class with weight ranging from 1284 to 1549. We're excited to announce that we have the talented Taylor Fort and his team covering the show today. So those of you that are not able to attend, please share with your loved ones that they can follow the show and watch these young people exhibit their animals. This can be, you can find that at taylorfort.com/live. It's also on his Facebook page. Or you can go to Rodeo Austin's website and you can get to the live feed for Taylor Fort. So please share that message. Thank you. In the show ring now, we have Class 2 British steers, 24 head in this class, ranging weight of 1284 to 1549. In the show ring right now is Class 2 British steers. We have 24 head in this class with weights ranging from 1284 to 1549. We will place and sell 5 head. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena floor, please help me give each one of them a round of applause and thanking them for their time. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and recognize some of our sponsors. We all know that there's the financial support that we have is very much appreciated, and so we want to thank Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of the show barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for a chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booth across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Also, thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, First Texas Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. We wanted to again introduce and welcome Jason Hoffman, our steer judge from Thedford, Nebraska today. In visiting with Jason, he shared a comment that said about showing steers that I don't know of another industry that you can teach kids work ethic like this. It shows them you only get out of it what you put into it. And for the most part, you deal with a good Christian base of people, especially the true ranchers in this business. Jason, I can't agree more, and thank you for those comments.
Attention to the barn, attention that says first call, Shorthorn steers. Class 3 Shorthorn steers. This is first call. Please start making your way to the holding area. Attention to the barn. Class 3 Shorthorn steer. Please start making your way to the holding area. Class 3 Shorthorn steers to the holding area.
Another really, really good class here. There's some give and take in these two steers here, but I think it gets easier the more you have them out here. I like this steer and the way he's constructed. He's probably a rib longer, and a lot of times that'll make one a little harder to get as typey as he really is for his size. This is a good big steer. Got a lot to him. I love his presence, and then there's things that just beat the steer in second. I think they get a little more obvious the longer they're out here. For one, he's wider chested. He's got a shot more bone. I like how he's made from his spine all the way back, better than I do the steer in second. He's a little bit fresher to handle. I like the turn to his hip, and I think when you get up in that front three-quarter shot, I think he's got more shape to his stifle as well. This is a really, really, really nice steer. When this calf come in, I thought he was going to be the clear-cut class winner. The more you analyze him, he can't get around the steer in first for the reasons I just said. But the good things about this steer is how true this steer is from his heart all the way back to his navel, and he's really deep back in his flank too. I love the body and the efficiency of this steer tremendously. With that, he's really clean constructed through the joints, primarily off of his hind legs. He's got plenty of width and shape when you get behind him. This is a really, really good steer, and that's a really nice pair. They complement each other very well, but there's enough give and take and just enough more length, power, and steer in our class winner. The steer here in third, I love the width this steer has. In some ways, it almost comes to a fault a little bit. He really wants to open up in that shoulder. I like the product your black steer has here. I like the spring to his rib. I like the natural width to his body. But like I say, it almost works against him a little bit, and he really wants to, he's just a little bit more restricted, and some of that's due to his composition, how he gets out of that front shoulder. I'd like to loosen him up there. Love the width of body, though, in that black calf. And there's just enough more steer, enough more substance, enough more lower one-third in this black steer to get around the steer in fourth. I'd also like to relax this steer off of his hind legs. But with that, there just needs to be a little bit more steer here. I'd like to mass him up, body him down, and power him up just a little bit. Love his profile and how he blends together. Really like the steer on the standstill. Like to loosen him up in that hock. But he's neat enough appearing to go ahead and get over the steer behind him. This steer's a little bit more stale up in his front end. He's pretty straight and rigid up in that shoulder. Wants to go over in his knee just a little bit. But the good things about this steer are what's behind that shoulder. He's got some real shape in him. He's got some real hip in him. I can see why he picked the steer out, because as a Hereford steer, he's actually got some real muscle in him. I like that about the calf. Just needs to be in a sounder package. This calf here, there isn't anything that just blows you away about this calf. Compared to some of those ones in front. But he just blends together so darn good that he's hard to get away from. You know, you can't really pick a hole in this steer other than there's just not enough of him. And I think when you handle him up high, there's just not enough muscle in him to get ahead of some of those steers ahead of him. But I like the way the steer's been fed. I like how he just blends together right behind that shoulder, just as smooth as silk. A lot of good things about him, just needs more muscle. This calf here does have a little bit more. With that, he's also got just a little bit more chest. He's a little deeper necked. He doesn't have the shape and composition of some of the steers ahead of him, but he's got some power to him. This steer's got some real bone underneath of him too, and I like that. And with that, he's got some width of body. He just doesn't balance out in terms of neatness and tightness and look of the steers ahead of him. Young man does an awesome job with him too. Really a courteous kid out here. I like the presence of this young man out here a lot, and I like his steer good. He just ran in some with just a little more right in their composition. Steer here I like a lot of things about. When you get off of him, he doesn't have enough body compared to some of those other steers. He wants to cut back up in that flank. But I think the biggest thing is he's just a little bit steeper up in that front knee. He's a little bit straighter in that hock. If you could loosen this steer up and rock him back a little bit, I think it'd be to his advantage. He's really straight up through that shoulder, but he's got some look to him, and his neck comes out really high that shoulder. Young lady does an awesome job getting him put together. The steer here doesn't have enough to him. He doesn't have enough muscle to him probably to get up here with some of these others, but boy, when he gets to moving, that young man has his head up and they get to going, he gets your attention because he's a pretty bugger. He's got a lot of look to him. I love how he's made up through that neck and that shoulder. He blends together. He's got a really cool hind leg behind him as well, but I just don't think there's enough power in this steer. There isn't enough true muscle to get much higher, but he's so much neater and more attractive than the calf that follows him. This calf's a very, very functional steer. Tons of body, tons of bone. He just doesn't tie it together as good. Maybe not as full through his head as some of the steers ahead of him, a little bit more traditional headed there. Tons of bone, though. I really admire that about this calf. For a British bred type steer to have that much bone and foot underneath of him, I think is pretty remarkable. With that, he's got some real muscle, too. I just don't think it balances out good enough. The steer's not toned enough. He's not hard enough. But I think there's a lot of good things about him. Love the width of body in him. He's more correct to have his knee than this calf that concludes the lineup of these 11, I guess, we got here. This calf struggles out of his hock just a little bit more. Tons of body and depth in this steer. He's neat-necked. He's got all the right pieces. They just need to blend together a little bit better, and he needs to be a little bit sounder. But a very functional steer. Tons of depth of body and efficiency. From end to end, another exceptionally good class.
The results from Class 2 British Steers. 10th place goes to Mays Haja from Williamson County, 4-H. Ninth place goes to Bain Driver, Johnson County, 4-H. 8th place to Macy Terrell, Lubbock Cooper, FFA. 7th place goes to Hubbard Kinsey, Coryell County, 4-H. 6th place goes to Caden Morrison, Lavernia FFA. 5th place goes to Preston Pajewski, Abbott FFA. 4th place goes to Braden Mims, Lubbock County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Natalie Taylor, Tahoka FFA. 2nd place goes to Brooke Wolf, Bell County 4-H. And your winner goes to Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is first and second place of our two British classes. Out of Class 1, first place was Kaylee Fisher, and second place is Addison Morlett. Out of Class 2, the winner is Ace James. Second place is Brooke Wolf. Come in the ring now for the drive of the British. In the ring now is your first and second place steers from Class 1 and Class 2 British steers. At this time, we'll be picking your champion and reserve champion British steer.
there's some give and take in this division when we get back out here, but I think in terms of quality, love how these steers surfaced up here. There's a lot of difference in what we're going to have for a champion reserve here. This black steer up here is he's just correct everywhere. I love this steer in motion. I love how he puts those feet down. He's as accurate in his stride as anything. He's got some real chest floor to him. Calf's lean. He's got some upper hip to him. He's nice to handle. He's been fed awesome. I like a lot of things about him. I like the natural width this steer has underneath, too. I'm out here telling myself, man, 1269 does not look as big as it used to. Weight's going to be pretty irrelevant because I don't mind this big steer back here either. Big old powerhouse. For as big and as long as this steer is, he holds himself together really good. Might not be as correct in some areas, but you can't pick on him structurally. I love the big old foot he's got underneath of him. He's got some power to him, got some forearm to him. He's got enough hip to him. Just a lot of give and take in these two steers, and it's a little bit of a challenge because they are so different, but I think they have to be out here because of the way they are in terms of quality. Relative to their classes, they surface to the top right in my mind, and I like how they're designed. I'm going to give them one more second here of a look, and I'll go out and pick your champion in reserve in this division.
And your champion British steer goes to Callie Fisher, Kendall County 4-H. Reserve champion British steer goes to Ace James, Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring right now is Class 1 of Shorthorn steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,010 to 1,222. 24 entries in this class. Class 1 Shorthorn steers, weights ranging from 1,010 to 1,222. steers. Entering the show ring right now is Class 1 of Shorthorn steers. We have 24 entries in this class, and we will be placing and selling the top 4. We have a correction in our placing for Class 2. Class 2 second place went to Bentley Wells. Class 2 of British Steers, second place went to Bentley Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. Thank you. In the show ring now is first class of Shorthorns. We have 24 entries in this class. Weights ranging from 1,010 to 1,222, and we'll be placing and selling 4.
graphic for Ag Neck?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Okay, so we're doing that for each breed and reserve breed champion. So we'll post those throughout the day if you want to start maybe coming up with something to post.
say.
Or like, congratulations to our brand and reserve. And then just text
Attention in the barn.
and I'll get those posted.
Perfect.
Class 4 Shorthorns, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 4 Shorthorns to the holding area. As these exhibitors are leaving the arena floor, please give each of them a round of applause. Attention in the barn, we need Class 4 Shorthorn steers. Class 4 Shorthorn steers, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Attention in the barn, this is last call for Class 4 Shorthorns. If you are not in the holding area, you need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Last call for Class 4 Shorthorns.
We'll leave these calves the way they're lined up. Young lady, you'll be first. I like the type and design of this calf quite well. I'd like to see him just a little bit more comfortable on his hind leg when he stands out here, but when you get him going, he's acceptable. He is barely sound enough, but I like a lot of things about him. I like how this steer ties behind his shoulder. I like how square he is out to the hip. He's got some real muscle turn in him for a British bred steer, and I don't mean that insult, and that's English cattle are what we raise. And it's just harder to put muscle in them, and there's no doubt about it. But I like the way this steer's muscle blends together. I like how true and genuine he is in that rib. He's got the right amount of sweep to it down low. He's not wasty there. He's just got a lot of presence to him. I like his youthfulness as well. Like I say, I wish he'd just be just a little bit more comfortable off that hind leg. This steer here kind of breaks a type of steers, if you will, between 1 and 3, but this steer's so much sounder and he's bigger footed than the calf in third. He has to be second. He's got some forearm to him. He's got some shape to him. He's not as typey as these other two steers, and it's not just the color pattern either. I mean, this solid red steer is long. He's smooth. He holds himself together. For a longer bodied steer, I really like how he holds himself together. I like how this young man handles himself out here too in the ring. He's a real easy kid to get drawn to. Steer's got some upper hip to him. He's got some base width. He's just a very practical kind of steer. Like I say, he's so much better footed than our steer here in third. Young lady, I like your steer a lot. He really matches our class winner. I like his design. I like his rib and how it's made. I like how square he is up top. I like how he carries himself throughout. The problem is he really wants to roll out on those ankles. He's just straight enough up front too, and maybe not as fresh as class winner either, but this is a really nice type of steer. Structure puts him third. The calf that follows him just doesn't have enough power to him to get ahead of the 3 ahead of him. With that, he doesn't have enough shape. He doesn't have enough real muscle up high. You do a great job showing him. I love how he blends together. I love how he's made up through that shoulder and how it carries up into that neck. He's not as attractive fronted as some, but I think that angulation helps him in terms of presence out here. Structurally, he's one of the better steers in the class. This steer here is a little deceiving because he's got muscle up. He's got muscle up high, and I like how level he is from his hooks to his pins. The problem is he really wants to funnel and taper down in that lower quarter, and he doesn't have enough stifle when you look at him from a front 3/4. With that, he's got some extra sheath as well. He's a youthful steer. I like how he is up through that neck and how it comes out of the top of his shoulder. There's just a lot of good in the steer. Got a good hind leg as well. Just like to pull him apart, especially when you get behind him. But he's attractive enough to get over this steer here. This calf wants to waller out of his front end a little bit. He is a wider base steer, and I admire that. I think he's just a little bit more stale in his makeup, and I think in terms of his composition, it probably holds him back on how he moves out of his shoulder as well. But I like the design of this calf in terms of efficiency. I love that the young man out here is having a good time with it, and you can tell he loves what he's doing, and I think that's really neat for the future of this to have kids like this involved. I love the basics of your steer. He's just not as attractive or as typey looking as the calves ahead of him. Very practical though. The calf here that follows him is just a little too straight, primarily through those hocks. With that, he's got some extra sheath to him, but he's a calf that ties together like some of the steers ahead of him over how he is right behind his shoulder up high. He's really got some width over those hooks, but I'd like to just kind of, I guess, put this steer together just a little bit better. He gets a little bit more long and doesn't hold himself quite as tight as some of the steers ahead of him, but primarily I'd like to fix him in terms of his structure. The calf here that follows him is deeper necked, a little bit more stale, and I'd like to relax this calf in his knee. He wants to go over a little bit, but up high, the 2/3 of that calf in terms of muscle, of having some over his top that comes back through his hip, I think he has an advantage there. Some other steers in here. He's a really good calf. I just like to put him together in a more typey package, but a really good steer. Another real efficient type steer follows him. Love the body of this calf. He's got a lot of true heart to him. He's got some depth in there in his girth. I like that a lot. I like how this calf is in terms of body. He's probably easy to feed the whole time, and he looks like the type that ate good the whole time, probably never missed a beat. He's just a little bit more stale, especially up in that front end, and with that he wants to splay out in his front end just a little bit, and some of that is in terms of condition. The more they deposit up there, kind of the more restricted they get in some ways on some particular calves. But I love the basics of this calf. The fundamentals are all there in terms of having some real mass and substance to him. He's a very efficient type steer. The calf that follows him is just a little bit longer and lankier, wants to twist out off of those front two a little bit too much for me. I think he's just a little bit more raw than the calf up ahead of him. He's a little bit more tubular, he's tighter flanked, but I think what gets him and what allows him to make the cut is all that shape he's got up high. Got some turn to that quarter too when you get off the side of him. Really good steer. I like this steer here in terms of just being an easy fleshing, efficient type of steer. The problem is he wants to buck over in those knees a little bit. I really like this calf when you get behind him. He's got a lot of upper hip in him, and that carries into a pretty nice stifle too. He just needs firmed up a little bit in terms of his composition, but this is a really, really good way. It tells you you're into a really, really good show when you have a steer in the bottom of the class that has all the basics and so much good in him like your calf does.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Placing for that class, Class 3, 10th place goes to Peyton Williams, Bell County 4-H. 9th place goes to Hannah Humphrey, Granbury FFA. 8th place goes to Cooper Matheson, B County 4-H. 7th place goes to Lydia Schertz, Allen FFA. 6th place goes to Clay Kennedy, Hardeman County 4-H. 5th place goes to Jory Yensky, Gillespie County 4-H. 4th place goes to Tatum Moldenhau, Kendall County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Jersey Harlan, Wellman Union FFA. 2nd place goes to Tanner Barnett, Gillespie County 4-H. And the winner of that class goes to Gemma Marler, Parker County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring now would be Class 4 Shorthorns. There's 21 entries in this class. Weights ranging from 1229 to 1549. And we will place and sell the top 4. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break immediately following the Brahman breed drive. Immediately following the Brahman breed drive, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Thank you.
And you all saw the words of it. I don't judge and I don't pay attention.
In the show ring right now is Class 4 of Shorthorn steers. There's 21 entries in this class. Weight range is 1229 to 1549. Judge Hoffman will be placing, will sell 4 head. I'd like to take this opportunity to also announce and show our appreciation for our steer superintendents, Edward Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller, as well as the group of ring help, the interns, and those from Texas Tech University. We really do appreciate your help, as well as all the Rodeo Austin staff. A lot of hard work goes into this, and we really helping us manage the show today. Thank you very much. Attention to the barn. This is a friendly reminder that all placing steers that qualify for the sale are required to get a backdrop photo. Please make your way, if you have not already got your picture, backdrop picture, that you make your way to that area and take care of that at this time. Thank you. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please join me in a round of applause, thanking them for all their hard work. Attention in the barn. TMLA is now receiving floor steers. So if you wish to floor your steer, you can make your way to TMLA. The floor price is $1.59. They will be receiving steers all through the day until 30 minutes after the show ends. If you have a steer that you wish to floor, please make your way to TMLA, which you'll exit the barn on the most north door on the northwest corner of the barn. Make your way to the TMLA tent. For those of you just joining us, our judge today is Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Jason is married to Casey Hoffman and 3 kids, Haxton, Kennedy, Hayden. Jason started his judging career at Clarendon Junior College and finished up at Kansas State University. Jason is the owner and operator of Hoffman Ranch. We're pleased to have Jason join us today. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 5 Brahman steers. Class 5 Brahman steers, please start making your way to the holding area. First call, Brahman steers.
Really unique steer here to win the class. For as freaky as he is up through that neck, you wouldn't think he'd have near enough when you get behind that, but he does. This steer's got a lot of muscle up high, blends in nice to his hip. He's got some turn and some shape. He's got a lot of width in that stifle. He's ideal. You know, the other thing about this steer that's unique, he's got a lot of unique pieces that usually don't go together, and for probably as long-bodied as he is, he does an excellent job of filling his track when you get him out here. I can't believe something's made through his head and his neck like that, can be built like that behind him. This steer's got a lot of shape. He's got a lot of quality. Love how he handles himself. Just ideal in terms of look and width. Great combination. The steer here in second, I like a lot of things about that. When he come in, I thought this was going to be the class winner. I think the longer we're out here, it gets just to be a little bit wider gap between you and first. I think that's a really unique steer, but I love the basic build of your steer. And I really like how he's made back through his hip and in the width he's got in his stifles. He's just right in terms of rib. He blends together nice. He just doesn't have as elite a package or his pieces as our class winner. The steer here in third does not have enough muscle in him for me, and he's a little tight in that flank, but what gets him here is when you put this steer on the move, he is ideal in terms of his feet and his structure. He's as sound as any steer out here. He's probably the second soundest to our class winner. Just a really unique steer. With that, he's good in his lines up high. I just like to pull him apart and deepen him up in his flank area just a little bit, but he's so much more correct off of his front 2 feet than this white steer here the young lady has in fourth. I like your steer a whole lot. He's probably a little bit patchier handling, maybe a little bit more stale than the steers ahead of him, but he's got as much turn and as much stifle as any of the steers in here. With that, he's got a big old forearm in him. He's got some really, really good pieces in terms of power, and I like that. Like to blend it together, freshen him up, and tow him a little bit straighter ahead, but an excellent steer. I like the efficiency of the steer, and that might sound redundant, but I appreciate cattle like this a lot. It just comes to that line there where you got to keep them fresh enough up to through their crest and their neck and how they're made. The back 2/3 of the steer is what can keep a lot of people in business. There's a lot of product back there. There's a lot of steer back there. Really bold sprung in his forerib. He's really deep in his heart. He's got some true muscle to him. The problem up to get any higher is he's just a little bit more stale in those steers ahead of him, and he's more restricted in his movement when he gets around. The steer here a little bit more tenderfoot in some of those other steers ahead of him. With that, he doesn't have as much muscle up high. This is a very pretty steer. He's very fresh in terms of his composition and how he's made and how he blends together. I just like to pull him apart, especially up high, put some more real muscle in him. With that, he's probably not as sound as he looks on the standstill when you ask him to go, just a little bit more restricted in some of the calves ahead of him. I like your steer here a lot. I like the youthfulness of the steer. I like how much he has up high. The type and kind of him makes you think he's going to be up there on the front end. If your steer had a little bit more flex to those hocks, he dang sure would be too. This is a really good steer. He's really pulled apart. He's got a lot of muscle in him. He just needs to be more fluent, and primarily off of his hind too. Young man does an excellent job here. I love how the steer blends together. I think he's really, really good. I think he's eye appealing. I like that roan pattern in him too. It almost draws you to him a little bit. He blends together good. The problem is he doesn't have enough real muscle inside of him, but he's very sound on his feet and legs. Young man does a good job showing him. I'd just like to give him some more raw muscle to get any higher in the class. I like this steer here too. I like a lot of things about him. He's a taller fronted steer. He's good right behind his shoulder in terms of being level. I like how he's made through his hip. He just doesn't have the style of some of the steers ahead of him. He doesn't have the pizzazz. He's wanting to get a little bit more crusty up in his neck than some of them, just not as attractive in his overall makeup either. Another really, really thick steer I just like to pretty up follows him. I like the body and the mass and all the good the steer has in him. He too is just a little bit more stale in his appearance than some of the ones ahead of him. And that's kind of how we conclude the class too. These two steers got a lot of product. They got a lot of length. They'll have a lot of carcass weight in these steers. Tremendous amount of length and bone. They just don't tie together as good as the steers ahead of him. I mean, the product's very important, but we are in the show ring, and it's nice to have everything blend together like the front end of the class. But from end to end, an exceptionally good class and an exceptionally good set of exhibitors out here today.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. 10th place in that class goes to Taylor Grubbs. 9th place goes to Cole Kellermeyer, Runnels County 4-H. 8th place goes to Keegan O'Leary, Brock FFA. 7th place goes to Hudson Scribner, Gray County 4-H. 6th place goes to Paige Arnold, Medina FFA. 5th place goes to Harper Rouse, Madison County 4-H.
Yes, sorry.
4th place goes to Abigail Smith, Robert Lee FFA. 3rd place goes to Abigail Snoddy, Johnson County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Tyson Digby, Scurry County 4-H. And your class winner is Jed James, Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention to the barn. Brahman Class 5 exhibitors need to be making their way to the holding area. Class 5 Brahman steers, make your way to the holding area. Entering the show ring now is the class winner, second place winner in class 1 and class 2 of the Shorthorn. This would be the division breed drive, the Shorthorn steers. In the show ring right now is class winner from Class 3 Shorthorns, Jim Marler, and your second place is Tanner Barnett. And of Class 4, your winner is Jed James. Second place is Tyson Digby. They're in there now for the Shorthorn Division Drive.
Another high quality lineup of steers here. Very satisfied when we get them back out here. The type and design of these steers, and I think they represent their classes exceptionally well. But for me, I'm going to keep these two steers that come out of the last class, the first and second. They will be your champion, and you'll be a reserve here. Really nice pair of steers, give and take. Probably a clear-cut champion here. Really, I like the basic build and the functionality and just the overall completeness of our reserve here. Two excellent steers.
And your champion Shorthorn Division goes to Jed James, Grayson County 4-H. Reserve champion also came out of Class 4 is Tyson Digby, Scurry County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We're missing Addison Wall from the top of Brahman. Addison Wall.
Attention in the barn, we're missing exhibitor number 6806, Addison Wall from Williamson County 4-H. You are needed to the holding area immediately. Bring your steer to the holding area immediately. Addison Wall, Williamson County 4-H.
That's what's important.
Let me check. Maybe walking in. Okay, she's walking in.
That was
Yeah.
whatever her name was. Ace James.
Attention in the barn, reserve champion British steer, Ace James. You need to make your way to the backdrop. You need to get your picture taken for a backdrop photo. Ace James, please make your way to the backdrop and get your picture taken. Thank you. Attention in the barn, this is a reminder that we're going to be taking a 30-minute lunch break immediately following the division drive for the Brahman steers. Immediately following the Brahman steers, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. Thank you. Entering the show ring right now is Class 5 Brahman steers. We have 17 steers in this class, ranging in weights of 1,016 to 1,258. Judge Hoffman will place and sell the top 3. Again, this is Brahman Class 5, 17 entries with weights ranging of 1,016 to 1,258. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Brahman Class 6. Please be making your way to the holding area. Class 6 Brahmans, first call, please make your way to the holding area. In the show ring right now, we have Class 5 Brahmans. We have 17 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,016 to 1,258. Judge Hoffman will be placing, will sell 3 head. Reminder in the barn, if you have a steer that is qualified for the sale, you must get your backdrop photo. If you have a steer that is qualified for the sale, you must have your picture taken at the backdrop. Attention in the barn, Brahman Class 6, please be making your way to the holding area. The second call for Brahman Class 6, please make your way to the holding area. We'd like to take this opportunity to show some appreciation for our sponsors. These shows don't happen without some financial assistance and support. So we'd like to thank our sponsors, Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for a chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Special thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you for our sponsors. Attention to the barn, we're going to be taking a 30-minute break, 30-minute lunch break immediately following the Brahman division, immediately following selection of the Brahman division champion. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. As these exhibitors begin making their way and exiting the arena, please put your hands together and thank them for all their hard work. Attention the barn. Brahman Class 6, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 6, Brahman steers, please make your way to the holding area.
The black steer that's going to win here, I think, has the best correlation of having some muscle to him and some bone. A lot of shape to this calf. He's pretty well made. He's not wanting to show the best out here and fighting him, but when the calf loosens up and just goes, I think he needs to be our class winner. I like a lot of things about him. A little more conventional steer here in second, but I think he's got as much muscle to him as anything in the class. Probably like to put a little more performance in this calf. Tons of shape though. A lot of rib shape, got some muscle back over his top. Get behind him, and that calf's really square built with a tremendous quarter in him. Get into a really smooth made steer. I think the steer's exceptionally fresh. He's easy to look at. He blends together nice. He just doesn't have the meat and the bone of the two steers ahead of him. The calf here that follows him, another really smooth made steer, really sleek in his design, how he carries himself from his shoulder and into that forerib. I like to probably just power him up a little bit in terms of muscle to get him any higher. I like the type and design and the eye appeal of this young lady's steer here. Really like that turn to his hip and how it carries into his hind leg. He probably does that as good as any steer in the class. Probably not as much rib and just pulled apart as some of the steers ahead of him, but a steer that blends together exceptionally good. Youthful appearance steer here. This steer's got a little, probably just not enough muscle or bone to get any higher in the class, but his type, design, and youthfulness gets him where it does. Get in that calf that follows him's a little more lanky in his kind, wants to break behind that shoulder just a little bit, but I think he's a calf that's got some length of stride to him. He's got some bone, like the feet on this steer as well. Got just enough more depth to his heart to get over the brindle steer there that follows him. I like that steer a lot up high. I like how he's made behind his shoulder and how it carries out through his hip. He's got some turn down there low as well. A little more lanky in his design than some of the steers ahead of him. I like the build of this calf that follows him. He's got a lot of muscle up high. He's a square built calf with some hip in him. Just like to loosen him up when you ask him to go. He kind of does it in 3 different pieces. I like to make him blend together structurally a little bit better. We get into a couple steers here that are really, really high quality. They just don't have as much to them yet. They're more youthful. They're further behind. I love the type and design and how these steers blend together. A little more length in the calf the young man has there, and then the boy in the cowboy hat there. Like a lot of things about that steer. Not enough bone, just not enough steer yet to get any higher.
Attention in the arena, we have steer loose. Results from Class 5, 10th place is Braden Smith, Tom Green County. 9th place goes to Macy Talley, Floresville FFA. 8th place goes to Beth Kellermeyer, Runnels County 4-H. 7th place goes to Josie Winburn, Palo Pinto County 4-H. 6th place goes to Sydney Rainey, Williamson County 4-H. 5th place goes to Tinsley Venable, Hondo FFA. 4th place goes to J.C. Collins, Cleburne Kennedy County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Brody Pfizer, East Central FFA. 2nd place goes to Peyton Yansky, Jernton FFA. And your class winner goes to Keller Howell, Falls City FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 6, Brahman steers. We have 15 entries in this class. Weight range from 1323 to 1525. Judge Hoffman will place top 3. Again, this is Brahman, Class 6, 15 records. Weights ranging from 1323, 1525. We'll place and sell 3. Attention in the arena, we have a loose steer.
Trying to run it out. I guess he's bad then. Is there pushing it out?
Thank you, ring staff. Appreciate the help with that. We still have steers entering the show ring, coming in the gate. If you're just joining us, this is Class 6, Brahman steers. We've got 15 entries in this class. Weight range is 1323 to 1525. If you're not able to join us, we have the talented Taylor Fort and his team joining us. You can access the live feed through taylorfort.com/live, but you can also access it off his Facebook page or Rodeo Austin's website. If you're not here to join us, you can see the live feed through Taylor Fort's. Reminder in the barn, we're going to be taking a 30-minute lunch break immediately following the Brahman Division Drive. Immediately following the Brahman Division Drive, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. As these exhibitors exit the ring, please give them a round of applause. Thank them for all their hard work. Attention to the barn. This is a reminder. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break immediately following the Brahman division drive. Take a 30-minute lunch break. Exhibitors, if you have a steer that you wish to floor, TMLA is accepting steers at this time at $1.59. They will be receiving steers all day until 30 minutes after showtime. If you have a steer that you wish to floor at $1.59, please take it to the TMLA tent at this time. It is located at the most northern door on the northwest side of the barn. If you'll exit that door, make your way to the TMLA tent.
Really a complete steer here to win. He's a big, powerful bugger, too. He's pulled apart up high. Like how this calf handles, like how he blends together. Got a lot of look to him. He's got some forearm to him, got some shape to that hip. He's good on his feet and legs. Just a really complete, logical class winner, I think, does so rather handily. Like steer here, too, in terms of structure and design. He really ties in good right behind that shoulder. He's got some muscle when you handle him, too, up there in that loin and top, and look at those jump muscles when he goes too. The steer's got some real muscle in him. That's what sorts him up here where it does. With He carries more even down to his flank than the steer here in third. This calf, for a shapy type calf, is just a little bit more tubular. He doesn't have that sweep or depth to his rib. Gets a little bit flatter in his stifle as well. I'd like to pull him apart and just put more raw muscle in him, but he's so functional, gets around so good, that's what gets him up here in the top three. The calf that follows him, I like on the standstill a whole lot. The back 2/3 of him especially, he's got a crease and some muscle up top in his back there. When you get him going, he kind of does so, I mean, just a little less coordinated than some of the steers ahead. He kind of jabs himself around as he goes just a little bit. Like to loosen him up. A really long steer with a lot of carcass weight and just a lot of product. Tremendous amount of length in this steer. Doesn't blend together and probably have as much shape in his stifle as some of the other ones ahead of him. Like the bone and footwork in this steer, though. He's got some chest and some width of base. He's a really good kind of a steer. Just gets a little bit flatter in his muscle pattern. Calf that follows him does too, and he's just a little bit straighter in that knee and shoulder and some of them ahead of him. Love how he blends together back to his spine, how it transitions into that upper hip. He gets just a little bit flatter underneath in terms of muscle, but the funny thing about it is he's a really wide base steer that's pulled apart down low. The calf that follows him, just a little bit more stale, not as typey, not as youthful as some of the steers ahead of him. It's sure got a lot of shape. He's got a lot of width up high, as much turn to his lineup, as much turn to his quarter as any steer in the lineup as well. I like that about him. I'd like to loosen him up when you get him going. The calf that follows him just doesn't have enough to him yet. He's a really good kind of a steer, but the biggest thing is when he moves, I'd like to fix him how he handles his feet when he gets around the ring. Kind of wants to roll on those outside ankles and breaks in him a little bit too much for me, but lays down a lot of product, a lot of shape to his hip relative to his size too. We get into some steers that just don't have quite as much muscle in him, but I think this steer ties together. He's a little bit fresher appearing. He's more eye appealing than the steers behind him. This calf here blends together exceptionally nice. Not quite as much look or design as some of the steers ahead of him. I don't know if he's got as much muscle inside as what he might look like from the outside either, as when you handle that calf, but a really good kind of a steer. A big, long, growthy type of steer concludes the class. I'd like to pull him apart. I'd like to cover him a little bit more in his lower rib. I think he's a calf that's got a lot of good in him, the way he blends together. He just needs more muscle throughout.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results from Class 6. 10th place goes to Claire Deaton, Plains FFA. 9th place goes to Leanne Kirshner, Williamson County 4-H. 8th place goes to Owen Ross Edwards, Llano County 4-H. 7th place goes to Avery Arnold, Montgomery FFA. 6th place goes to Marty Ducote, Jordanton FFA. 5th place goes to Broden Fudge, Karnes County 4-H. 4th place goes to Jaylee Poole, Scurry County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Kenley Thiel, Wilson County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Maddox Hartman, Wilson County 4-H. And your class winner is Madison Goat, Wilson County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we'll be selecting your Brahman Division champion. Entering the ring at this time from Class 5 is your winner, Keller Howell. And second place is Peyton Yansky. And from Class 6, you have Madison Cope. And second place, Maddox Hartman.
Really a unique set of steers when we get back out here. There's so much quality of these steers. Really like them. Actually, the champion and reserve, I think, are going to resemble each other quite a bit. They're just in two different packages in terms of frame and size. This big steer out of the last class right here will be your champion, young lady. And young man steer up here out of the first. Oh, you get the gist.
And your champion, Brahman, goes to Madison Cope from Wilson County 4-H. And your reserve champion, Brahman, goes to Keller Howell, Falls City FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This is first call for Class 7 ABC steers. ABC steers, Class 7, first call. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 7 ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 7 ABC steers, start moving to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 7 ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 7 ABC steers to the holding area. Attention in the barn. Class 7, ABC steers, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 7, ABC steers to the holding area immediately. Attention in the barn. This is last call for ABC steers, Class 7. Class 7, ABC steers, last call to make your way to the holding area. Welcome back to the Steer Show this afternoon. Entering the show ring right now is Class 7 ABC Steers. We have 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,000 pounds to 1137. Judge Hoffman will sell 4. Attention to the barn, I'd like to make an announcement. Tonight at the Rodeo Arena is Kick Open the Chutes beginning at 6:30. That's when the doors open. We'll have performances by William Beckman and Josh Ward. They'll be performing tonight starting at 6:30 for Kick Open the Chute event at the Rodeo Arena. The reason I'm making this announcement is there is 240, yes, you heard me right, 240 complimentary tickets that are first come, first served to be picked up at the show office. This is for any exhibitor, agent, ag teacher, parent, sponsor, anybody involved in the show. Those tickets are yours to retrieve. First come, first served, 240 complimentary tickets for tonight's Kick Open the Chutes beginning at 6:30 at the Rodeo Arena. Performances by Josh Ward and William Beckman. For those of you that are just joining us, in the show ring at this time is Class 7 ABC Steers. We have 23 entries with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1137. Judge Hoffman will sell 4 steers. For anybody not available to attend today, we have the live feed by the talented Taylor Ford and his team. You can access the live feed through his website, taylorford.com/live, through his Facebook page or the website for Rodeo Austin. Attention to the barn. This is first call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please begin making your way to the holding area. Class 9 ABC steers, start making your way to the holding. I'm sorry, correction. Class 8. First call for Class 8 ABC steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for Class 8 ABC steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention steer exhibitors, we need Class 8 ABC steers to be making their way to the holding area. ABC steers, Class 8, please move to the holding arena. As these exhibitors start exiting the arena, please put your hands together and give them a round of applause, thanking them for all of their hard work. Attention to the barn. Class 8, ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 8, ABC steers to the holding area. Reminder in the barn, any placing steers that qualify for the sale must get a photo at the backdrop. You must have your picture taken at the backdrop if you are a placing steer that qualifies for the sale.
Welcome.
Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 8 ABC steers. If you are in Class 8 ABC steers, you need to make your way to the holding area immediately. This is last call.
Really outstanding class here. These calves up here in this top trio really got a lot of presence to them, and just overall they got some shape and some quality to them. The one that ties the most good for me is this young man's up here. He'll be first. Love how this steer blends together. Love his angles, like how he's rocked back in his shoulder. He's got some top in him. He's got some muscle, and I love how it ties into his hind leg. I like how his hind leg's made and how it goes down from his hock to the ground. Feet are about ideal, and when he gets around, I think he's the most limber of these top three. I love the type and design of this calf here. He's just a little bit more restricted off those hind two. When you ask him to go, it's almost like he's limping just a little bit. But I think this calf's got a tremendous amount of good in him. He's so well balanced and blends together well. You like him. He catches your attention when he comes in just from his presence and how he's been fed and handled. And obviously the young man does a great job showing him. The calf that wins the class just a little bit taller fronted. I like how he ties in there better. Just got a little bit more look. But the biggest thing is how number one gets around the ring. The calf here in third I like a lot. In fact, I love the shape of his hip as much as any calf in this class. He's a little bit lower fronted, a little bit more stale up through that neck, I'd say, and he's just a little bit more restricted off of both ends than the steers ahead of him. Really nice calf. He's just got so much more power and shape than the calf that's here in fourth. Like this steer a lot. Up high, I like this calf a whole lot. When we get down low, he's just got a little too much give in them pasterns. I'd like to kind of straighten him up on them, pick him up a little bit. But he's a calf that's really smooth, and he balances out better than this calf here that follows him. This steer's just a little bit deeper fronted, kind of throws him out of balance just a little bit. He's so much heavier up there than he is everywhere else, but he's a long-made steer that patterns out nice, got good feet underneath of him. The young lady out here making their circle around, I like that cinnamon-colored steer a whole lot too. He blends together extremely good. Up high, I like him. He's got some true muscle shape in him. He probably doesn't get around the ring ideally. He could have just a little bit more bone and a little bigger foot underneath of him. Top 2/3, I like this steer a whole lot. The black steer that follows him is just a little bit too tubular in his rib. He's a little shallow in that heart, and that same thing carries back into his flank. He's a calf that's awfully good, though he's a youthful appearing steer, and I like that, really squaring out on the corners in terms of structure. A soggy made steer follows him, really deep-sided, easy flesh, and he's a little bit more patchy and just a little stale or a little more stale. When you handle him, maybe than what's ideal, like to clean him up in his joints just a little bit as well. Calf that follows him, he too is just a little bit more stale in his cover. I like a lot of things about him. He's really striking when you look at him too, with that blaze face that helps set him off. But the calf's got some shape and some turn to his hip, just not enough steer to get much higher. And like to see him balance out just a little bit nicer.
Results for Class 7. 10th place is Drake Velka from Jerrington FFA. 9th is Cole Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. 8th place is William Derry, Medina FFA. 7th is Della Osborne from Mason County 4-H. 6th place is Carson Ringstaff from Burnett FFA. 5th place is Peyton Harworth, Marion FFA. 4th place is Bo Palaulik, Falls City FFA. 3rd place is Emily Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. 2nd place is Kaysen Cope, Lavernia FFA. And the winner of this class is Cade Page, Marion FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 8 ABC steers. We have 22 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1139 to 1244. We will place and sell 4. Attention in the barn, if you are beginning to get your trailer for load out, as you come in and park on the west side of the barn, your truck needs to be facing to the south. You need to keep your truck and trailer running north and south. Do not pull up and park facing the barn. We need to make room for the truck to come in and pick up any steers that are already at TMLA. Thank you. Attention to the arena, we have a loose steer.
What's the hype of not trying to catch it?
are ready for a first call on class 9.
Attention the barn, attention barn. This is first call for ABC's Class 9. Please begin making your way to the holding area. Again, this is first call for ABC's Class 9 to the holding area. For those of you just joined this afternoon, we'd like to welcome our judge for the steer show, Mr. Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Jason's married to Casey Hoffman and have 3 children, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason began his judging career at Clarendon Junior College in Clarendon, Texas, and also judged at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. We want to thank you for Jason joining us today. In the show ring now is Class 8 ABC steers. We have 22 entries, weights ranging from 1139 to 1244. Judge Hoffman will place and sell 4. Attention to the barn, this is second call for Class 9 ABC steers. Please make your way to the holding area. Again, this is second call for Class 9 ABC steers to the holding area. Attention exhibitors, we just wanted to make an announcement that if you are needing to exercise a steer, there's only a limited amount of area that you can be walking your steer around. They need to stay as close to the show barn as possible. You can be out on the west side where the loadout is if you'll remain closer to the barn. You also have the option out on the north side of the barn, the grass triangle, for exercising, or immediately behind me on the west side of the arena is a warm-up arena for exercising. You are not to be walking around at different areas on the grounds. We're fixing to open this up to the public, and that creates a safety issue not only for the patrons, but also you and your project. So please, you have the west side of the barn, you have the grass triangle on the north side, or you have the large warm-up arena on the south side immediately behind the announcer stand. Thank you. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and thank them for all their hard work in coming to Rodeo Austin. Heads up in the arena, we have a loose steer. Attention in the barn, we need Class 9 ABC steers to report to the holding area. Class 9 ABC steers, please be making your way to the holding area immediately. I'd also like to announce that tonight at 6:30, the doors will open at the rodeo arena for Kick Open the Chute event. Performers Josh Ward and William Beckham. There are 240 complimentary tickets at the show office, first come, first serve. This is for anybody in the barn, whether you're a steer exhibitor, agent, ag teacher, parent, sponsor, whoever that might be. These 240 tickets are yours, but they are first come, first serve. So please get your tickets so that you can attend and enjoy tonight's event. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 9 ABC steers. You need to make your way to the staging area immediately. Last call for Class 9 ABC steers to the holding area.
Really admire the type and kind of this calf that wins the class. I like his pattern, like how he's made. He's a steer that's very fresh in his composition, got a lot of shape over his top, like how it ties into his quarter as well. Steer's got some stifle and some shape to him, and he's so accurate on his feet and legs. Really an eye-catching steer, both on the move and not standing still there. He's got some base width to him, just a very, very high-quality calf. The steer here in second resembles him a lot, not only in color and markings, but I think he just blends together so fault-free. He's very sound on his feet and legs. He probably doesn't have the overall shape or the muscle of our class winner, but he blends together good. He's probably even a little bit deeper sided there in his midrib. He's got plenty of bone underneath of him, but when you get him on the move, I think that's where that calf kind of excels and works his way up there. The steer here in third's dang looser made, but I like this steer. I like his conformation. I like how he's built. I think he's structurally sound. He's got some base width to him. He's got some meat in him. He's pulled apart wide, bold sprung, just a very efficient, good kind of a steer. Like a lot of things about him, he just doesn't have the presence or the overall eye appeal of the two steers ahead of him, but he's just fresh enough and smoother than this calf here that follows him. Red and white steer here, I like a whole lot. He's got a lot of product in. Built wide. He's wide back there in his hip. He probably tapers a little bit there in his stifle area, but when you get him going, he kind of puts himself in pieces. It's just a little bit more stale. He's got a lot more body and substance than the calf here that follows him. I like this steer a lot on the standstill. He's very flashy. He's got eye appeal up through his front third. He's got some shape to him, tremendous turn to his hip, and I like that, how it ties into his hind leg, but he's just a little too straight in that hind leg, and he's a little too straight up front as well. I'd like to limber him up when you get him to go, and he'd find himself higher, but he's trim enough and clean enough and just has a better look and presence than the steer here. Very efficient, soggy made steer, tons of depth of body. He's got a lot of mass and substance to him. Like to limber him up just a little bit when he gets going. He's a little bit more conventional in some ways, but I think he's very, very efficient and looks like one that converted extremely well. Steer that follows him wants to kind of buck over on that knee some. Didn't catch it early, but I dang sure did to switch this pair here. I'd like to rock him back in his knee and his shoulder. I think up high he's got a tremendous amount of muscle. He's very full out through his hip. He's a wide-built calf. Just like to refine him just a little bit in his joint work. We get into two steers of different type. I like this steer here in terms of body and mass and substance. I like this steer here in terms of length and look, but I think there's just enough more here to get your steer up higher. Your steer is very good and easy to look at. When he gets on the move, I'd like to see him just carry himself just a little bit more free, but from end to end, an exceptionally good class, and let out and excuse some really good steers as well.
Results from Class 8. 10th place is Bobby Schubert, Hayes County 4-H. 9th place is Kennedy Weatherford, Tom Green County 4-H. 8th place is Callan Nix, Toller FFA. 7th place is Brian Jasic, Tascosa County 4-H. 6th place is Jesselyn Towery, Abbott FFA. 5th place goes to Creed Kite, Groover FFA. 4th is Jackson Marler, Parker County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Alyssa Powlek, Falls City FFA. 2nd place goes to Mackenzie Tiemann, Brenham FFA. And class winner is Jaden Woodley, Tahoka FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the ring at this time is Class 9 ABC steers. We've got 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1249 to 1325. We'll be placing, selling 4. Attention to the arena, we got a loose steer. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and also thank some of the individuals that make this possible. A lot of hard work goes into this. First I'd like to thank Edward Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller, both of our steer superintendents, as well as ring staff, our steer committee, many of the interns that come from Texas Tech University, as well as just Rodeo, Austin staff alone. A lot of hard work, and when you see those individuals, please tell them thank you for all the hard work that they put into making this show possible. In addition to those individuals, we can't forget the financial assistance that we get along the way, and I'd like to recognize those sponsors that help make that possible. TELUS Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Attention, on the arena floor, we got a loose steer. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. This is first call, Class 10 ABC steers. Please begin making your way to the staging area. Class 10 ABC steers, please start reporting to the staging area. Attention in the arena, we got a loose steer. Attention to the barn, Class 10 ABC steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 10 ABC steers, please be moving to the holding area. Currently showing as Class 9 ABC steers, 24 entries with weights ranging 1249 to 1325. Will be placing and selling 4 head. I'd like to take this time to both recognize and show our appreciation for our sponsors. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Also, thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you to each of those sponsors. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and thank them for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, attention barn. This is final call for Class 10 ABC steers. Class 10 ABC steers, this is final call. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. For those of you that are joining us, please remind your friends and family at home that this is via live feed. Taylor Fort and his amazing team are here to provide us with the live feed, and that information can be accessed at taylorford.com/live. It can also be accessed through his Facebook page. It can also be accessed through Rodeo Austin's website. Taylor Ford, we appreciate him and his team being here.
really nice class winner here. He puts it all together in terms of conformation, build, structure, how he gets around the ring. I really like this steer a lot. I mean, there's just not a hole in him. Just a very functional steer with some added look. The structural soundness set him apart. The steer here in second I like a whole lot. I really like him on the standstill. I wish he had just a little different set to his hind leg, but primarily the problem's down there in his ankle, and he wants to twist out just a little bit on his front. The top 2/3 of this steer wins the class, but when we get him going, he's just not as comfortable as the steer ahead of him. The steer here in third, somewhat the same way. He's a little bit more restricted in his movement. I like the body in this calf. He's got some substance to him. He's got some rib to him. Not as eye appealing as the steer here in second, but I think he's got a whole lot of good. He's got a big foot underneath him. I just wish he was more relaxed in his hock and had a little bit more give and cushion there. The steer behind him I think is tremendous in terms of the way his ribs designed. He's got a lot of natural substance to him, carries back into a really full hip. Got a lot of bone underneath him as well. He's probably plenty broken on his pasterns for me, but he's a calf that sure got a lot of good in him. The steer here that follows him is just a little more waisty design, but I think the way this calf balances out and the slope he has to his shoulder and the design and just the function of this steer, I don't think he can be denied, and I think he works himself up there just in terms of how comfortable he is when he gets around the ring, how practical he is for many reasons. The calf here that follows him is a little bit too broken pasturing for me, but why you got to stay out here is he's got some true width in him. He's got some chest floor in him. He's got some spring of rib to him, and he goes back out to a full hip. There's just enough more product, I think, than the black calf that follows him. This calf's just a little bit more narrow when you handle him over his spine. I'd like to pull him apart in terms of muscle, especially right behind of his shoulder, but I think he's a good type of steer. Really a functional, easy doing type of steer follows him. He's very practical in terms of efficiency. He's deep ribbed, he's soggy made. He's a little bit more mature up in that front end, has a little bit more slope to that hip, just doesn't give you the look of some of the other steers ahead of him. But he's just got enough more pop to that stifle to get ahead of this gray steer here. This steer too is extremely deep. He wants to get a little bit more narrow chested, but I think he's a calf that's very practical and he's sound enough on his feet and legs. Black steer here that concludes the class is exceptionally smooth. He's smooth from his shoulder all the way back. He just doesn't have enough true muscle to get up here with some of these other steers. But from end to end, another exceptional class.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results of Class 9, 10th place goes to Angela Galindo, Caldwell County 4-H. 9th place, Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. 8th place goes to Brant Bellinger, Wilson County 4-H. 7th, Noah Richter, Byron P. Steele, FFA. 6th place goes to Rain Janik, Lavernia FFA. 5th place to Kelton Eaton, DeWitt County 4-H. 4th place goes to Brogan Patchke, Idalou FFA. 3rd place goes to Braxy Albus, Hockley County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Autry Kelm, Thrall FFA. And your class winner is Creed Gore, Cisco FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 10 ABC steers. We have 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1327 to 1401. We will place and sell 4. Attention the barn, this is first call for ABC's Class 11. Please make your way to the holding area. First call for Class 11 ABC steers to the holding area. I want to remind you that tonight at the rodeo arena, doors open at 6:30, is Kick Open the Chute event with performances by Josh Ward and William Beckham. There are 240 complimentary tickets available for any of the steer exhibitors, agent, ag teachers, parents, sponsors, or anybody else attending who would like to attend tonight's event. These tickets are first come, first serve, and can be picked up at the show office on the east side of the barn. Again, 240 complimentary tickets that are yours, first come, first serve.
That one was bad in class.
In the show ring now is Class 10 ABC steers. 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1327 to 1401. Attention the barn, Class 11 ABC steers, please start making your way to the staging area. Again, that is Class 11 ABC steers. Please start moving to the staging area. As these exhibitors start exiting the arena, I ask that you put your hands together, or please show your appreciation for all their hard work and for joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 11, ABC steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 11, ABC steers to the holding area. Attention to the barn. As you get your truck and trailer for load out and you move to the west side of the barn, please keep your truck headed north. Your truck and trailer should be north-south, and we need to leave room for the trucks to come in that are loading animals out of TMLA. Attention to the barn. This is last call for Class 11 ABC steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area immediately. Class 11 ABC steers to the holding area immediately. Attention the barn, we're missing one steer in Class 11. Class 11 ABC steers, if you're in that class, you need to be making your way to the holding area immediately. You're going to miss your class. Exhibitor Jace Krauskoft, you are needed in the holding area. You are in the next class, Class 11, ABC Steers. If you're in the barn, you need to get to the holding area immediately. Jace Krauskoft, Pleasanton FFA.
The longer we're out here, the more this gray steer grows on me. Just very practical. I like his size. I like how pulled apart he is. He's got some true meat up high, full back to his hip, and I like him as he gets around as much as anything. The biggest difference in these two is how he handles his spine and his top. This steer here in second is exceptionally long, and it almost works against him a little bit. Wants to break in that loin and pick that tail head up just a little bit, but he's a long-sided steer, and for as long-bodied as he is, he does a good job traveling underneath, just like to tie together a little bit better over his top line, but he's got so much more muscle than the steer here in third. I like the practicality of this steer, and I like how he gets around the ring. He's a very functional steer that's very good on his feet and legs. He just needs ripped apart in terms of muscle, like the two ahead of him, but a very good practical calf. I like the length and the performance of steer here too. I like how he's made up through that forearm and got some real power in terms of bone. He's got some shape to him, a little bit plainer headed than some of the steers ahead of him, not as attractive. Probably just a little bullier fronted than some of them, but he's a calf that's still got some shape and design and moves around good enough, and he's just so much sounder and bigger bone than the calf that follows him. I like a lot of things about this steer here too. He's a little knobby-kneed and he's a little bit more restricted off of his hind two than the calf ahead of him. Probably doesn't have quite as much shape out to his pins as some, but the young lady does a great job showing him. He's a well-designed steer that's good back behind his shoulder and long and level out through his hip. The calf that follows him, I like a lot of things about. That steer is just a little too straight in that hock when you get him going. Something right there. Anyway, he gets a little too straight in that hock for me as you get him going. But sorry, folks, I'm trying to find the right spot here. Walk these steers up here.
Test, test.
Nice move.
Loose steer in the ring.
All right. Where was that? This calf here is just a little too straight in his hock and the way he's designed there for me. Like to loosen him up. And he doesn't have as much muscle as what he appears from the outside when you get your hands on that steer. Like to give him more shape up high through his spine too. We'll go ahead and wait on this young man's steer here. A great steer coming up here. I like a lot of things about this steer. He's as sound as any of them in the class. He just gets a little bit plainer throughout. I like to rip him apart in terms of muscle. I'd like to make him a little bit more youthful up through his head and neck and crest, but he's a really good type of steer. I like the width of base and how square he is out on the corners. Black steer that follows him doesn't have as much depth like through his heart and back all the way back to his flank. Calf's a little bit lighter muscled up high, and especially up high in his pin set. I'd like to pull him apart and add a little bit more muscle there. The steer that follows him is a very practical steer. He's plainer. He kind of just tapers back to that hip. I'd like to pop his stifle out a little bit more, give him more shape throughout, pretty him up there through the front end. The red steer that concludes the class, he just doesn't have enough muscle. I like how this steer balances out though, and that's why he got pulled. He's got a lot of depth of heart to him. He's good in his midrib. On the standstill, I like him a whole lot. He struggles a little bit off of his hind two and in his pastern when you get him to go. Doesn't have enough muscle in his pins either, but a really good steer.
Attention the barn, Exhibitor 3646, J.C. Krauskoff. Your class is about to go in the ring. You're going to miss your class. You need to get to the staging area immediately. J.C. Krauskoff from Pleasanton FFA, you need to report to the staging area immediately. Results for Class 10, 10th place. Katie Irwin, Seguin, FFA. 9th place, Trayden Clark, Karn City, FFA. 8th place, Brooke Wanjura, Columbus, FFA.
Exhibitor, we're going to go ahead and start.
7th place, Hunter Morowitz, Fall City, FFA. 6th place is Kenzie Hobbs, Milam County, 4-H. 5th place is Alana Yinsky, Gillespie County, 4-H. Fourth place is Kelvin Gamez, Brownsfield FFA. Third place is Logan Hoover, St. Joe FFA. Second place is Mason Cope, La Vernia FFA. And the class winner is Landry LaFista, Milam County FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show arena right now is our last class of ABCs, Class 11. We have 23 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1418 to 1625. Judge will place 4. I have a correction to the placing in the last class. Second place was Landry Lafisti, and first place was Mason Kep. That's of Class 10 ABC Steers. Congratulations to those exhibitors. As these exhibitors start to exit the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and give a round of applause for all their hard work and thank them for joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 12 AOB Blacks. Please start making your way to the holding area. Class 12 AOB Blacks, start making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 12 AOB Black. Please make your way to the holding area. Class 12 AOB Black to the holding area.
Really a good big class winner. I know he's the heaviest steer out here, but I think there's just so much product in that, and for as big as he is and for as much as he weighs, he ties himself together as well as any calf in the class. He's as sound as any of them in the class. With that, he's got probably as much true muscle shape as anything, and he ties good into his hind leg. He wants to fight her on the halter a little bit when she asks him to go. That's a really good kind of a steer, though. The calf in second's not as pretty. He's not as elite looking. Probably doesn't have the overall design of our class winner. He's crestier and maybe even a little bit bullier up through that neck, but a tremendous amount of shape in his rib all the way back through his hip. He's really a wide pin steer. He's got a big back in him. He's wide based as well. A little bit coarser in his joints than the steer here in third. I like this steer, and I really like this young man here. He stuck with him and kind of showed him what was going on out here, and I really admire that. This steer could have more shape to him throughout. He's a pretty rascal. He's easy to look at. He blends together exceptionally good. He looks like a really good breeding animal, more than a market steer, but I think if you could put more muscle in him, he could have been the class winner. But what a good pair there, especially that young boy. The calf that follows him I like a whole lot too. He doesn't get around the ring as well as the ones ahead of him, especially 1 and 3 there. This calf's just a little bit more in pieces when you do ask him to go, a little rounder up in that shoulder, maybe in his hip. But I like the type and the balance of this steer. He ties together extremely good. I like how he is through his head. I like how his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good right behind that shoulder too. He's a level spine steer. It's got some shape up high. Calf that follows him is just a little bit more raw designed. He's more opened up in his ribs. He's a calf that just doesn't probably have as much spring of rib or depth of rib as the steers ahead of him. You get off of him, he looks just a little too shallow, as well as the calf that follows him. I'd like to body this calf down, but the biggest thing is I'd like to put more muscle in him, like put more stifle in him, like to put a little bit different hind leg on him. But the young man's done a good job feeding him because he's so even and he's so well designed and he's so smooth up high. I'd just like to class him up a little bit and pull him apart. this brindle steer here, I'd like to see him just a little bit easier going or freer moving when you get him to go, primarily out of those hocks. With that, he's just a little bit narrow gauged. He needs more muscle shape throughout. I like how he balances out in terms of his depth of body and his depth of forerib there. I think there's a lot of good in this steer, and he's really big bone. This gray steer I like a whole lot on the standstill, and I liked him when he come in. I was a little bit disappointed when I handled him and he didn't have more muscle in him or more true muscle, but I think he's a very good steer. He's big boned, he's practical, and he's deep ribbed. And he's just classy enough looking to get over this steer that follows him. Like to clean that steer up a little bit underneath. I admire him for his bone work and having a big old foot under him. He's got some muscle shape in his hip. I like that about him. He's a little bit deeper neck, not as classy looking as some of the steers ahead of him. I like this steer, how he has that turn to his hip and how that stifle is. He's just a little too shallow, a little too cut up in both his fore and rear flank. I'd like to body him down and soften him up, but a really nice steer to conclude this 10.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 11. 10th place is Bailey Fudge, Karnes County 4-H. In 9th place is Davis Nix, Toller FFA. 8th place is Rayleigh Hewitt, Weimer FFA. 7th goes to Strand Moore, Fredericksburg FFA. 6th is Landon Schertz, Allen FFA. 5th place goes to Rye Kimbrough, Hale County 4-H. 4th place is Heston Turner, Oak Ridge FFA. 3rd place is Kipton Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. 2nd place is Zane Kelly, Comal County 4-H. And your class winner goes to Brindley Clevenger, Palmer County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention to the barn, we need Class 12, AOB Black, make your way to the holding area. If you're in Class 12, AOB Black, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 12 AOB Black. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Last call for Class 12 AOB Black to the holding area. Entering the show arena now is the champion of each class, the first place of each class for your ABCs. Out of Class 7, first place we got Kate Pate. Second place we have Kaysen Kep. Out of Class 8, we have first place Jaden Woodley. Second place we have Mackenzie Tiemann. Out of Class 9, first place we got Creed Gore. Second place Autry Kelm. Class 10, first place we have Mason Kep. In second place we have Landry LaFista. And out of Class 11, first place we have Brindley Clevenger. Second place we have Zane Kelly.
Really a neat division of steers here, and when we get them back out, I do think the one thing they do match is they're very high quality cattle. I like a lot of things about these steers. I like how these steers all blend together and how smooth they are relative to their classes. I think they surfaced just with some overall power and structure, and I just think they blend together so well. And it looks like to me in this breed that's what you need. You need them smooth and you need some real power in them, and there's so many other cool parts that come with them. You're very happy when you get them back out here. But for me, the best all-around steer out here is the calf out of the third class. He'll be your division champion here. A lot of really good options for reserve, but the one that suits me the best and just his overall build that's ready, that gets around the ring comfortable enough, but one I love in terms of body and shape and hip will be this mouse-colored steer here. He'll be reserved. Really nice steer.
And your champion, ABC steer, exhibited by Creed Gore, Cisco FFA. And your reserve champion, ABC steer, exhibited by Mason Kep, La Vernia FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors as well as the others leaving the ring at this time. Attention in the barn, if you have been chosen as a champion or reserve champion of one of the divisions, we need you to come to the announcers table sometime this afternoon. We need to gather some information from you. So if you are champion or reserve champion of one of the divisions that we have already exhibited, we need you to come to the announcers table this afternoon. Thank you. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 12 AOB Black Steers. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1,178. We will place and sell 4 head.
My dad probably would have came with me. I feel bad for saying that. I might have. There's no telling. It would depend on the day. Depend how if we were Grand or Reserve, which one?
Hey Anna, will you text the sheet to me?
Yes. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 12 AOB Black Steers. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1,178. AOB Blacks will be the last division shown for today. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 13 AOB Black Steers. First call for Class 13 AOB Black Steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. Attention in the barn, if you had a division champion or reserve division champion today, we need some information from the exhibitor. Please make your way to the announcer's table on the south end of the arena so that we can gather some information. Again, if you are a champion or reserve champion division from today, please make your way to the announcer's table on the south end of the show arena. Thank you. Attention in the barn, Class 13, AOB Black Steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 13, AOB Black Steers to the holding area. As these exhibitors start to exit the arena floor, I ask that you put your hands together and thank them for joining us at Rodeo Austin and all their hard work. Attention in the barn, Class 13, AOB Black Steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. Class 13, AOB Black Steers to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 13 AOB steers, this is your last call to make it to the staging area. Class 13 AOB steers, last call to the holding area.
I like this class winner. Relative to this one's class is about as much as anything we've had out here yet today. He's a very youthful steer. He's got plenty of look to him. He's ideal in terms of structure. He's ideal in terms of body. He's got a lot of muscle in him. He's got more than what you think because he's so smooth, but you can look at those jump muscles and see. I like how he's made back through the hip. I like him on the standstill, and I like him on the move, and I think he's very, very solid. Calf here in seconds, probably about a rib too long for his own good because he kind of washes out in his back there just a little bit when you get him going. I like to tighten him up and level him out, but I think he's got a lot of good in him. Love this calf on the standstill. He's really smooth made. He's got plenty of muscle in him. I like how he ties into his hind leg from his hip. Very good out to his pin set as well. Just a very good kind of a steer. The calf here in third's a flashy little guy. I like a lot of things about him. He's wide based. He's a little bit wider, I guess, up in his head. He's got a little different head on him, those two that win, but he's a little bit more compact, and I just don't think there's enough steer to get any higher. With that, he needs to be loosened up in his hock area just a little bit. I like this calf a whole lot. I like the top 2/3 of him in terms of practicality and having something to him. He wants to get over in his knee just a little bit, and he's straight enough in his hock, and I think when you get him into motion, it probably hurts him a little bit to get him any higher, because there's a few times there where I thought I was going to have him second. You do a phenomenal job showing him too. I just like to relax him primarily up in that knee. Another really, really good black steer that is very smooth made. I like how this calf is through his shoulder. I like how he is through his spine. He just doesn't have enough flank. I'd like to clean him up in his hock just a little bit as well. This calf here falls short on muscle as far as the steers ahead of him. Good job, young lady. He falls short on muscle just a little bit, and you can see him. I mean, just a little bit flatter throughout, but I think he's a really good steer. He's smooth. I like his presence, and I like his youthfulness. He's just typey enough and just good enough looking to get over the steer here. This steer here is really deep-sided. Good job. This steer here is really deep-sided, very functional relative to his side. I can change how he is through his hock just a little bit, and getting a little crestier necked relative to being no heavier than what he is. The steers here that conclude the class, they don't balance out quite as nice. This steer, though, surprises you a little bit when you handle him, and that's kind of what gets him up there. Good job. That's kind of what gets him up there. He's just a very smooth blending type of steer. He's just good enough over his back and in that forerib to go ahead and beat this steer here. This steer here wants to splay out just a little bit. He's got some true muscle shape in him though, and I really like that hip in him as well. A really good kind of a steer. The calf that concludes the class, he's just too young probably to be more massive. I'd like to see more steer out here relative to the steers ahead of him, but a really nice type and design.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results from Class 12. 10th place is Will Filippello from Brazos County 4-H. 9th place is Charlie Agnew, Groesbeck FFA. Eighth place goes to Gabriella Stewart, Bastrop County 4-H. Seventh place, Reagan Holdman, Guadalupe County 4-H. Sixth place is Avery Villarero, Falls City FFA. Fifth place is Madeline Gonzalez, Scurry County 4-H. Fourth place is Jake Slaughter, Marion FFA. Third place is Macy Helgemer-Varick, Roby FFA. Second place is Caden Sumrall, Bront FFA. And your class winner is Haley Vanek, Three Rivers FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 13, AOB Black. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1184 to 1289. We will place and sell 4 head. Attention the barn, I want to remind you that TMLA is accepting floor steers at this time. So if you wish to floor your steer at $1.59, they are accepting those steers now, and they will accept those until 30 minutes after the show ends today. So if you have a steer that you wish to floor at $1.59, or all placing steers need to make their way to TMLA, which is located at the northwest corner of the barn. You'll look for the Y10, and that's where they'll take your steers. I also want to remind you that any placing steers that qualifies for the sale has to have a backdrop photo. So if you have not done so, you need to make your way over there and get your backdrop photo. All placing steers that have qualified for the sale. Attention in the barn, this is first call for Class 14 AOB Black Steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. First call for Class 14 AOB Black Steers to the holding area. Attention the barn, if you have an exhibitor that was champion or reserve champion of one of the divisions from today, please make your way to the announcer stand. We have some information that we need to gather from you. Again, if you're champion or reserve champion of one of today's divisions, please come to the announcer stand at the south end of the show arena so we can gather some information. Thank you. Attention the barn, Class 14 AOB Black Steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 14 AOB Black Steers, please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, we need Class 14 AOB Black Steers to the holding area. If you are in Class 14 AOB Black, please make your way to the holding area. As these exhibitors start to exit the arena, we ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work and thank them for their time at joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 14 AOB Black Steers. Last call, you need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Class 14 AOB Black Steers. Attention the barn, tonight at 6:30 at the Rodeo Arena, they're having Kick Open the Chute event. Performances by Josh Ward and William Beckman. Originally, there were 240 complimentary tickets. There are 20 of those tickets left available for anybody in the barn. Whether you're a steer exhibitor, an agent, ag teacher, parent, sponsor, not only are there 20 complimentary tickets, but they are also free. Please make your way over to the show office to obtain your free ticket for tonight's Kick Open the Chute event, 6:30 at the Rodeo Arena. Attention the barn. Class 14, AOB Black, Exhibitor entry number 4679 from Hale County 4-H. You need to get to the holding area immediately. Your class will be going into the show ring soon. Exhibitor number 4679 from Hale County 4-H.
Are you looking for?
Exhibitor 4679 from Hale County 4-H in Class 14 of AOB Black. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately.
The longer we have him out here, the more this steer surfaces to the top. I like this steer a whole lot. He's pretty fresh. Got a lot of shape when you handle him too. I like the turn to his hip and how it ties into his hind leg. He's got enough body. He's got plenty of presence and look. Just a really, really high quality steer. I like this brindle mark steer too here in second. Problem is when I get my hands on him, I don't think there's enough true muscle up high, but I think pattern-wise and structurally, I think he has to be second. Very nice steer with some extra shape to his lower quarter. The calf here in third, I like a lot of things about. He's a very efficient, easy feeding type of steer. He's a little more narrow gauged underneath than maybe what's ideal, and he's just a little bit more stale in terms of his composition too. Like to clean him up through that crest a little bit and youthen him up just a little bit, but a really nice steer. I like a steer here in fourth a whole lot. I'd like to change the joints on his hind leg. The top 2/3 of him, he's either first or second, but he's got a little bit of swelling on that right inside hock. I'd like to change the way his hock sets so far back and clean him up there in his joints a little bit, but that's a really good kind of a steer with extra look and extra shape. This calf here too is awfully good. Might not have as much true muscle in his top as some. The biggest problem is he kind of wants to snap those pasterns when he goes, and he's just more restricted in his movement. Very practical steer. In terms of feeding him and having him ready, I think you've done an excellent job. The calf here that follows him is another really, really fresh design steer. Probably not as much true muscle as what you'd think from the outside because it looks like he's got some shape, but he probably doesn't have enough over his top and back through his pins either. But just a very practical steer that gets around the ring just fine. The calf that follows him is a little bit too restricted. Like a lot of things about him, but he's pretty stale handling. I'd like to freshen him up and put some more real muscle in him, maybe make him a little bit more youthful up through his head and crest. This young man steer here is really a long-bodied steer that's exceptionally good from his hooks to his pins. Doesn't have maybe just quite enough, but would like to change him on his underpinnings as much on both his front and rear legs. But a really, really good kind of a steer with extra look and extra length. The calf that follows him, I like a whole lot about. He's just too straight in his hock. Really a show steer, and she does a great job of getting that head and neck up. Probably doesn't have as much on him as some of the steers in here, but I'd just like to loosen him up, and I think if you could do that underneath, I think he'd find himself higher in the class. The calf that follows him wants to break in his spine just a little bit more than some of the steers ahead of him. I'd like to pick him up and make him more attractive up through his head, tie him together better over his back, and just kind of give him just a shot more bone like some of the steers that were up there. But I think a really, really good kind of a steer. This black and white steer's got a lot of good to him, got a lot of shape of muscle, got a big old loin in him. I'd just like to free him up off his hind legs when you get him to go. But really, really nice class from end to end.
Exhibitor number 4679 in class 14. Your class is about to go into the show arena. You need to make it to the holding area immediately. Exhibitor 4679 from Hale County 4-H. Results from class 13. 10th place is Peyton Norris, Honeygrove FFA. 9th place goes to Morgan Smith, Wimberley FFA. 8th place is Cooper Swaim, Toller FFA. 7th place goes to Garrison Pionzik, Friendship FFA. 6th place is Ty Thompson, Farmersville FFA. 5th place goes to Joseph Pavelka, Hill County 4-H. 4th place goes to Destiny Potter, Eustis FFA. 3rd place goes to Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. 2nd place goes to William Tuck Davis, Waller County 4-H. And the winner of class 13 goes to Kinsey Gentrick, Fall City FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
I'm assuming they did, since they had started.
Well, entering the show arena right now is class 14 AOB Black. There's 24 entries in this class. Weights ranging 1297 to 1428. Judge will place and will sell 4 head. Attention in the barn. This is first call for class 15 AOB Black. First call for class 15 AOB Black. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention the barn. Class 15, AOB Black, you need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 15, AOB Black, please be moving to the holding area. In the show arena right now is Class 14, AOB Black. We have 24 entries with weights ranging 1297 to 1428. We'll be placing 4. I'd like to take this opportunity to not only announce, but to thank our sponsors. The financial assistance makes a tremendous difference in events like this. TELUS Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for Ram truck at any of the Ram booth across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. We also want to thank the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you to those sponsors. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and give each of them a round of applause, thanking them for all their hard work and joining us here at Rodeo Austin. Attention in the barn. There are 2 steers tied in the outside tie-outs, tie number 43 and 44. If you are the owner of those steers, please go out there as soon as possible. It has been reported that those steers need some attention, and we ask that you go out there to those steers immediately. Thank you. Attention in the barn, this is last call for Class 15 AOB Black. If you have a steer in Class 15 AOB Black, this is last call. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. As a reminder, if you were champion or reserve champion of one of today's divisions, heads up, we got a loose steer. Heads up. As I was saying, if you exhibited the champion or reserve champion of a division today, we ask that you please make your way to the announcer's stand at the announcer's table at the south end of the arena. We need to gather some information from those exhibitors. Again, if you are champion or reserve champion of one of today's divisions and you have not already done so, please make your way to the announcer's table at the south end of the arena so we can gather some information. Thank you. Attention the barn, if you're in Class 15 AOB Black, you need to make your way to the holding area immediately.
Where are you from?
Last call, Class 15 AOB Black.
We get in the front end of this class, there's some give and take structurally, but I think a steer that's attractive and got a tremendous amount of shape to him, and I like how he's made from his hooks to his pins, how that carries into his quarter. You know, I really like these slick shear steers because it's so evident how much true muscle they have into them and how it ties throughout the rest of their body. And this calf does. So with that, he's just a little bit cleaner jointed than our steer in second, but he's so much more youthful up through his front third. He's cleaner necked. He's not near as cresty. Just a really, really good kind of a steer. Extra shape and extra look relative to the class for sure. This calf that follows him is a little bit wastier up there through his head and neck. Not near as attractive as some of the other steers in here, but I like the fundamentals of this steer. He's a very basic steer in some ways, but then he's got some extra features in some ways. I like the depth of body he's got to him. I like the density he has to him, like how pulled apart he is. He's just mobile enough when we get him out here, but he's enough more mobile in this steer here in third, primarily out of his hock and shoulder. This steer here in third, top 2/3 of him, almost wins the class, but I'd like to just fix him a little bit in his hock and how he goes, loosen him up just a little bit. Young man does a great job showing him. Steer here in fourth got too much set to his hock and a little bit of swelling on that outside of the left one. I like things about him. He's a moderate frame steer that's pulled apart. He's really good in his forerib. He's got some shape to him. He's good enough in his hip, adequate in terms of muscle, and he's just bigger topped and wider base than the calf here that follows him. I like this steer a lot, and I'll tell you one thing you've done good, young man, is that steer's exceptionally fresh. I just don't think he's got enough true muscle in his top to get any higher in the class, but you've done a really good job feeding him because the steer's so smooth and easy to look at, easy to handle. I just wish he had more true muscle, like the calf that follows him. This calf's coarser jointed, he's coarser constructed, he's just bigger constructed, but he's got more shoulder and he wants to go over in that knee just a little bit and pick his tail head up. He's just coarser in all his joints and bone work. With that, he's got some extra sheath. Now those are the negatives. Positives are he's got a tremendous amount of muscle. He's got as much muscle over that loin as any steer in the class. When you get behind him, he's got as much pin width as anything in the class. He's got as much stifle. Just like to just smooth him up a little bit in the way he's constructed. The calf that follows him is a little bit quicker patterned. He's a little bit deeper necked. I'd like to clean him up there, primarily up through his crest. He's a calf that blends together smooth, just like to put more muscle in him. Calf behind him's a lot the same way, and when you get off this calf, you can really pick up on his hocks. I'd like to clean him up there in his joints, but I think he's a calf that's got some good in him. He's a very practical calf, and he's got enough more body to get over the calf that concludes the class. This calf's really long and extended, just like to body him down.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results for Class 14. 10th place goes to Witten Gilliam, Hardeman County 4-H. 9th place goes to Salem Jasic, Atatoska County 4-H. 8th place goes to Jacob Hoven, Princeton FFA. 7th place goes to Shane Baylor, San Patricio County 4-H. 6th place goes to Jack Stewartson, San Saba County 4-H. 5th place goes to Lawson Dankwart, Tom Green County 4-H. 4th place goes to Mason LaFista, Milam County 4-H. 3rd place, Cannon Potter, Harris County 4-H. 2nd place is Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County 4-H. And your class winner is Ryder Day, Meadow FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show arena at this time is our last class for today, which is Class 15, AOB Black. We have 22 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1435 to 1551. We will place and sell 4 head. I wanted to remind you that if you have a placing steer that is eligible for the sale, those need to have a backdrop photo. So any steers that have placed that are eligible for the sale, you need to make sure and obtain a backdrop picture. In the show ring right now is Class 15 AOB Black. We have 22 entries with weights ranging 1435 to 1551. We will place and sell 4 head. Attention to the barn. I want to remind you that if you have a steer that you wish to floor, it's $1.59, and you may take those steers anytime to TMLA. TMLA is located at the northwest corner of the barn, white tent. You can exit the farthest north door on the west wall of the barn. Find the white tent. Again, this is for any steer that you wish to floor at a price of $1.59, as well as all placing steers that will not be going to the rodeo tomorrow night. Attention the barn, if you had champion Brahman or you had champion reserve ABC, we need those exhibitors to make their way to the announcer's table on the south end of the show ring. We need to obtain some information from those exhibitors. Thank you. As these exhibitors start exiting the arena, I ask that you please put your hands together and give them a warm thank you for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If Creed Gore from Cisco FFA is still in the barn, please report to the announcer stand. We need to obtain some information from you. Creed Gore from Cisco FFA, please report to the announcer stand on the south end of the show arena. Thank you.
really a nice class of these bigger steers. The calf that wins the class, I think he's got a lot of advantages when you really just stop and break it down. For one, he handles with the most expression in his top. I believe he's got the most loin in him. He's a calf that's fresh, and I think that's an advantage over the steer here in second. I like how he is up through his front end. I like the shape to him. I like him in his midrib. Tons of turn to his hip. A lot of true muscle in this steer, and he's mobile enough relative to the class. Steer here in second. He's a bigger outline steer than maybe what's ideal in some ways, but I like him. I like the fact that he steps down on so much bone. He's got a big foot underneath of him. He too's got plenty of turn to his hip. He's a really long extended steer that holds himself together very well for how extended he is. I do not think he's got near as much muscle in his top as our class winner. The steer in third, I like a lot of things about too, and I think he matches this duo exceptionally good. I'd like to open up and just put a little bigger foot underneath of him and hoof, make him just a little bit more mobile there. She's done a great job feeding him as he's very fresh. He's got some shape over his loin. He's good out through his hip. I like a lot of things about him. I don't think he's got as much turn to his quarter as those steers ahead of him. He's enough more attractive up through that front third than the black and white steer here. The steer's just a little bit more mature up through that crest and a little bit deeper necked. I love his body and hip and bone though, and he's a sound-footed steer as well. The calf here that follows him, there's a lot of times I looked at him on the standstill and thought he could be a class winner. The problem is in his hocks. But I love how true this calf is and the depth of his heart to his midrib. He's a calf that's got a lot of shape to him. I just wish he was more mobile when we asked him to go. The steer that follows him is another really long extended one. Stays true all the way back through his hip. He's just not pulled apart and doesn't have as much muscle as the steers ahead of him. A little bit more mature steer here follows him. Very fundamentally sound steer. He's got depth of rib and he's got some mass to him. Got a little more set to that hind leg from his hock to the ground, a little bit deeper neck, carries down into his chest, but a very functional type calf. The steer that follows him just no more narrow throughout. Up high, down low. I'd like to pull him apart. But he's a calf that's really long up through that neck, laid in neat at the point of his shoulder, really good and clean in his joints as well. Another powerful steer here follows him. This calf's just a little more, I guess, over in his knee than some of them. He's a little bit coarser in his hock. Tons of power and shape to this steer though. And he's got just so much more depth of rib and flank than the calf that concludes the class. This is a really nice long extended steer, just like to body him up, primarily in his flank.
Thank you, Judge. Results for Class 15. 10th place goes to Armando Garza, Guadalupe County 4-H. 9th place goes to Jackson Cromings, Grandview FFA. 8th place goes to Chris Mower, Fredericksburg FFA. 7th place goes to August Ottmers, Gillespie County 4-H. 6th place goes to Jed Bowler, Wharton County 4-H. 5th place goes to Reese Redwine, O'Donnell FFA. 4th place goes to Creed Vineyard, Wise County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Presley Wall, Idalou FFA. 2nd place goes to Aniston Paschke, Idalou FFA. And your class winner goes to Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. Attention in the barn. If you have steers, there's 2 steers that are tied at tie-outs, number 43 and 44. That's the tie-out number. 43 and 44. You need to go get those steers immediately. They are in need of some attention. If those steers belong to you, please go give those steers some attention immediately. Thank you. Entering the show arena at this time is our first and second place calves from the following class. Class 12, first place was Haley Vanek from Three Rivers FFA. Second place was Caden Sumrall from Bront FFA. Class 13, first place was Kinsey Gentrick, Falls City FFA. Second place is William Davis, Waller County 4-H. Class 14, first place was Ryder Day from Meadow FFA. Second place was Elizabeth Norwood, Ellis County 4-H. And from Class 15, first place was Kobe Kirby, Farmer County 4-H. Second place was Aniston Paschke, Idalou FFA. Again, this is the division drive for the AOB Black.
What a great day, or a great way to end the day, and just a tremendous lineup of steers here. There's parts of it that are close, and really in the end, maybe it's not super close. But I think there's a tremendous amount of good here represented in each weight out here. And one big thing with closing for today, this is an awesome ring. It's set up. I like the catch gate back there. Things were so fluent. You got a staff that's second to none. Didn't wait on anything. It's comfortable. You can get off of these cattle. You got room to do whatever you want. You got room to pull your cattle over here and still get a good look at the ones going out the gate. But I hope you guys fully take advantage of this show in the future, because this is one of the neater setups I've seen. With that, I'm going to pick you a couple champion steers.
Champion AOB Black goes to Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. And reserve champion AOB Black goes to Rider Day, Meadow FFA. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
You need to run this down there. And
Attention in the barn, if you have a steer that you would like to floor with TMLA, they are accepting steers at this time. It's $1.59 and needed to make your way out to that tent right now. TMLA is taking steers at this time for $1.59 if you wish to floor your steer, and they will be doing so for the next 30 minutes. Thank you.